What you think? What you think?
We're attempting a reclaim, but we haven't confirmed it.
Damn, I'm not
Closing
sure.
this candle above
Trade BTC USDT MBP ERP at BMD sell price 76,664. Size 0.94.
But it can very
Example.
likely
Trade BTC USDT MBP ERP at BMD buy price 100,000.0. Size 0.15.
Careful of moving underneath 76,508 again. And the number before that is 76,565. That is just below the 5 EMA. No, it depends on what chart you're using and so on. There can be play in there because I know, like on BTC or BTCC, my numbers from this chart are like $50 to $75 difference sometimes in the volatility. So it makes it very difficult if you're watching a number really closely. So that's why it's kind of important to know which EMAs were above and below, because different platforms, there's lag, there's little things here and there. So we can spend a little time, just kind of waffling a little through here, but the main thing is that we have got to get accepted and hold above 76.5 because the pivot point is underneath us there. I think I'm getting a cold or something. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Well, I got struck out of my long. I was asleep. I guess it come down for me.
Oh, gee, yeah, this is why this area here after that run up is difficult because there's so much play in the middle.
Yeah, it's okay.
Also, are you looking at XRP at all?
Nuh-uh. I'm not trying to.
It's in a really interesting spot. I mean, my gosh, it can either hold this above 150, 160 and move up to 175 and then 192, or it can flush. I mean, seriously flush below 143. It's just
Yeah, I need an edge.
I believe we're getting it here. See what this where this candle closes. If we close above this previous wick, that'll be even better. That would have to be 176.8. here's the thing, in the morning at 9:24, we could be as high as 77.1 to 177.1 to 177.3 and still flush back down to below 76.1 again because of the way the positioning is on that candle. See, here's this candle. And this opens at, or closes, you know, you get a new candle at 9:24 this morning. So if that candle is not above this angle here, you see, we are exiting this ring on the left. See this pair of greens and see how they encompass the previous 864-minute, and see how we have a double, you know, almost a flat bottom here on these two candles, and then see how this arc comes across. So that arc here, this red line, cuts across this upper little tiny portion of that candle, that edge. And this diagonal dashed red line that you see cuts even closer. The lines that we have to get over are these three. The purple, yellow border. So that when that candle opens, and it can have continuation this way up, right, towards 78, but it can also dance in between here and on this next candle at 9:24 a.m. it can fluctuate all the way down here and even go underneath the 73.3. If it opens here, it can just push all the way down too. So this is an extremely difficult area because this next candle will be open from 9:24 in the morning until 7 p.m. So the play that can be involved, it would be just like this one, previous one. See, it, you know, you had a wick even up above that line. So the trading this takes a lot of planning. Then we look at the 3-day. So this 3-day candle, it's right here. Now let's go. So the new candle is good until February 6th. And here we are at the bottom of it. Now, just like I just said, from where we are now in time at 1:57 in the morning, 2 o'clock Eastern, till 9:24 in the morning, are we going to push down to last week's low? That is 75.7. So let's look at that on that 864. The 864 had its elbow right there at 76 or 75.7. And now we've gone on an angle up, but we're butting heads here at 76.7. So that's why this 76.5, 65, and 76.508 are important, because that's this volume profile of that candle, right? The bottom edge of that volume profile at 9 or at 7 p.m. is here at 76,100 or something like that. Okay, 76.1. Now, here's the 9:24 a.m. vertical line. If we bust underneath 75.1, then that would signal that move between 75.1 and 74.057 on that line. So that encompasses that 3-day candle, and then last week's low, where did I say it was? Right there at 75.6. So if you figure 9:24 in the morning, let me draw that line. On the 3-day, it appears that it could flush this fib ring to right here, and at 75.420 again, that would be the angular line on this 3-day candle. And then the break underneath this next fib ring is at 75.026. And then down here 73.2. So this is the date, February 3rd. Isn't that where we are? Or now we're on February 4th. February 4th. And then the 6th is the new candle. So we have got to be solidly over this angle here, above 76.8. And even then on the 6th, which is right here, February 4th, or 6th, oh, 9th, where's the 6th? February 6th, right here. This could be where we are from here to here on the 6th. And then if you look here, this extension down, if we lose this ring, puts us to 72, 71, and then we're still underneath that angle at that time, which gives us reason to have something below 70 in our sights right here, 70,004. If we get this push down and continuation underneath 71, because it's at this point at 71 that you go forward and up from 71.5 back over this angular that we would lose. So this cone is in play here underneath those fib line. So unless we close up over these rings to the upside over these angles on this candle and are safely on this side, right above these rings here, which is 79.3 to 79.6, we have the ability to lose these rings down here and flush and then have to come back up and around, which will take longer.
Are you done, BJ?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just looking at your chart and I'm looking at these yellow arrows. Is
Yes.
there a, how do you come up with the measurement for those? I can see like,
So,
oh, there's a bigger ring. I didn't see that before.
yep,
That's what you're using, correct?
yep, and this is the macro, these blue ones. So this gives us our timing and our curvature on the big scale. So these blue arcs are important to come up on the right side of them and avoid this middle area. And these are the angles that are defined. So on the what am I on? 3-day, right? So here's our point up here before the drop. And if I go horizontally over, that's still, that level on the horizontal is still underneath this ascending angle that started here, on the backside or on the inside of this arc. So you see the snowflake arms up there. That, see that if I extend that all the way down, that gets us to right there, this point. And that point is 76026. And you see how we are not on a forward angle above that in time, because the time goes vertically, right? And the candle bodies have a space horizontally for time. So that 3-day candle, if we go back here, it occupies real estate on the horizontal from this edge to this edge on the day of on the days that it exists. Its vertical line is the wick. So that vertical line can push all the way up or it can push all the way down. What stops that is the closing of the next candle, or the closing and the opening of the next candle. So its next real estate area is from this edge. Where's it? Here's the 6th. So we have this space from here to here to play around with. That's where you get these gaps, right, on the candle, because the information that's all in this candle goes all the way down here already, where that wick is. So if we continue to fill, if we go to here to February 6th, February, what's this date? 6th, 9th, right? This would be the 9th. If we're below, if we continue to open candles below 76.5, 76.2, this is the area that wick can flow to, all the way down here, all the way up here. Now, the dome that you see is depicted because of here's the ribbon that we're of the time frame now, where the 50 EMA is above that. If you take and make that slope follow this way, that means that our overhead dome is in between these lines right now. So if this candle doesn't come up to meet that dome here and challenge it between now and the 9th, and we open below the 5 EMA on the 9th, and we're still, then we're still at risk for flushing down beneath today or this daily low here. And that is our 67s. So the moving averages on the small time frames are the key. We've got to see closure, like here's the 24-minute. We have got to see closure over this line and over that 50 MA, or they're going to continue to put pressure this way and the flow will be down here. And look at that. Right there, 67, 68. That is Wednesday, February 4th. This is the time we are in February 4th. So if we lose this here, and then we lose this liquidity, if this keeps pushing down, there you go, 68. If we close up over the 50 MA here and ascend back up over the 800, that 800 is here at 83, then we have less of a chance. We were holding support. If you could put a U shape or a cup shape, or like container and contain the price action up here, then that will signal a continuation possibly above 82, 83. You have to have that in order to prevent. And even at that, you still look, it can go from here straight over and straight down. So this is a hairy spot. Midline on this Bollinger Band is 77, and then the 50 or the 200 MA is 77.66, and the 200 EMA is 78.2, and then yesterday's high is above 78.9. It was at 79 3-ish, right? Now look at the trajectory. This is a slope starting from 80,500. From 80,500 to the tip of that slope area is 79.8. All right, so price action would have to, climb on an angular up through this middle section, and then the pullback needs to be short. And we have to watch that we maintain these moving averages, push them upward, change their direction. And close candles, the bottoms of the candles have to be over that 50 EMA, and then continuing close. So you have to stair step up. If you're not going to fill that candle straight on, you got to stair step up. But we also have to remember that at this point, if we lose candles, it can still flush back down underneath this point that we're at, now, which is 75.6. And that is on Thursday, February 5th, right here at 7:24 a.m. So I would put a marker on my chart on this horizontal line right here of 75.607, and then see, I have my alarms at 75 120 and in between, and 76, or no, the other one was 76 108 or 76 508, sorry, right here. But this little space in here will be potentially contested, and if we fail 75 120, then the next one is 75 0, and this is on the 24-minute, and then underneath there is the bottom, and you have liquidity waiting down there at 72.6, and then right here is 71.220. So if you see a topping, this could be the rollover curve over arc. Sorry, Chris. I tend to take too long. I'm sorry.
It's all right. We got some price action, so I'm gonna focus on some trades right now.
Okay.
I don't want to, if you're questioning, tune out. But
Yeah, it's a very important time. So here's our candle we're on here, and you see we're using this as a ledge right here. So I want to see closure over that 50, and I want to see the candle move here and close over this line at 77.057.
I got a weighted VWAP that we kind of seem to be respecting at 76,300.
Okay, thank you.
So just a little more compliance, and it seems to be that we're bouncing off the.
Yeah. So look at this. We're testing. Now is another test. Okay, so we could theoretically have a pretty decent God candle today if things move, smoothly. And there is the chance that between, today and tomorrow that we can fill that gap area at least to possibly 82, so 80 to 82. but we just have to be very careful because they could, they can put up price, down price. I mean, just flush people. So if there isn't a smooth ride, you just have to be very careful. Take your profit. I mean, I just don't know. Put it in a spot bag until we have clarity. But if you're trading on leverage, it's just very important to know that those candles, the bigger candles, last a long time, and there can be play in and out of them. So let's see if we can get a move to 78.3 and then 79.5. And then we would need to cross 79.5 and hold that between 79.5 and 79.3, and then work on that gap area between 79.5 and 82,000.
Hey, Dbloc, can you, well, do you have any bias on the 3-day up, or are you just going strictly momentum right now? BJ, if you have a second, you could take a look at your river chart.
At the river, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been playing against the trend, you know, telling myself I'm doing these short plays, and greed just gets the best of me, and I want to hold them too long, and I've been getting beat up a little, especially with slippages. This thing moves so fast, and I'm on high leverage.
Yeah.
But I think we finally broke the downtrend. But
Yes.
it all depends on Bitcoin. However, I would like your opinion.
So here, look at the daily. We're right underneath the VWAP. And you know how we got that move from this point to this point, right? And then we flushed back down to the 12 area, right? And I believe it was 10 something. Now on the daily, we're right underneath the VWAP, and then the point of control is 17,359. If this, here, let me put the regular candles on. This candle pushes up over the VWAP, over its volume um, profile to the midline. That is 14,519. Then continuation through the middle of the previous day's candle right here. See where that bottom is on the day before? That's 15.7. So we need to have this candle push through at least to this point at 15.9 to 17. And then the close, we would want to see the close above, you know, at or above 1760 so that it can attack the 5 EMA. Now, if we get a huge candle, which is possible, because look at this one. I mean, we could come in and grab that 5 EMA, but then there would be, you know, possibly because of the steepness of that slope here. You see these domes, because of that, that pushback could still be back towards 10 again. So this river chart is also, you know, you have to watch the early time frames as compared to the timing on the openings and closings of the longer time frames, as we because they're coming up through an angular zone. So here's the 15-minute, and you see this line that goes through this curve, and now it's at the base right there. That is 1311, and our price
We're real
is,
close. I'm looking at
yeah,
it as the 15-minute position two or entry two. Tempted to jump in. So bad.
yep. So our price is right there, and pushing down on that alligators under the 50 MA. So it can push from to this point. If it surpasses, if it goes beyond there to the daily open, that will be hitting down at that 12,450. So this is the key right now. Hold above 1308, and then the next candles have to attack the 50, the 13, or the 5 and the 13 in that order. Bring them back into alignment and symmetry over this line, which is 14, and then move towards the 200s on the small time frame. Where do I have? Where am I? I'm on the 15-minute. So that's what you're watching too.
Well, I'm on a lower time frame, but just the range theory, you know, we hit the top, reverse came down to the bottom, and it looks like, you know, we should be heading back to the top at least of that range. Also, we're in a local um, golden pocket right now, bouncing off the bottom of the golden pocket. Just some volume to come in. Hopefully
Yeah.
make some moves, but I'm a little worried about Bitcoin coming down and testing its golden market right now too. And if that happens, this thing will probably go back down to 12 cents, and that would chew me up bad.
Yeah, I've got 11.8. So that's the risk is to push down to that liquidity pocket right here. On the 15-minute, that's the 11.08, and if it loses that, then it will go to 11.46, and then last week's low is 10.25. So it is in a directional choice here.
The trend is down. I keep having to tell myself that. I caught a crazy move on it last week or whatever, the other day when we were talking about it. I
It
went from
was.
10 cents up to 23, I think, like 50x on my $150 position. It was crazy. And I'm like an addict chasing that again. But I lost so much of that in profits trying to do the same. I swear, like I don't want to trade nothing else just because of that hit.
It's crazy.
Yep. Well, see, you get confident, and the market just doesn't sometimes, especially in this. See, the slope of the of that angle is just too much, to expect that it's just gonna, go right back. It just doesn't work like that. It has to have. It takes more time than we think, and um, your risk is elevated if you're playing on leverage. You can have fantastic gains, and then lickety split, a third of that is gone if you're not careful. And then if you delude yourself into thinking that you're going to get that third back again and then go into profit, it depends. If we're not in that part of the chart, it's just not going to happen. So if you get a big 300 to 600 to 1,000% move, sometimes it's best to just say, I got to take it, and be satisfied with missing a little bit more because of the eventuality that it's going to, do this, instead up, nice smooth move and then crash. People are
I'll
waiting
tell
up to
you,
sell.
I got wrecked on slippage. I got stopped out of a position
That's
where like, I had my stop to keep me a couple like $400 in profit, thinking I was smart. I was like adding to my position on the way up. I caught the reversal nice, and then it just did like whatever volume wick, and I thought my stop would save me, and the slippage, you know, liquidated me. I was so mad about it, and then it happened like two more times, just not on such big plays. But it's like after hitting whatever turn, a couple $100 or whatever, $150 into 6 grand, I it's like I don't want to trade nothing else. It's like I got ruined,
Yeah.
and with it, I'm like, just giving it all back because I keep trying to chase that.
If the market gives you 6 grand out of $200, take it.
Yeah, it was
It's what happened
150.
to me on MYX. And that was in a spot bag, not even on leverage. I went from $200 to over 5 grand, and I was unable to take it because of the exchange rules. I would have had to take my whole thing out, and I knew that was going to go up more. Well, anyway, it's still sitting there, and I'm doing well. But had I been on leverage, it would have, been a disaster. If I didn't take, it wasn't on leverage at that time. It was only in spot. But the point is that it's the same thing. If the market gives you that nice huge move, you at some point got to say, I got to be satisfied.
Yeah, again, I took profits on that, but since then I just been like, this thing moves like this, so I went lazy and I left another like full size position because at the time it was allowing you BTCC was allowing 100x, but up to $200, right? And since then, they cut it in half. Now max leverage is $100. You know, again, the thing was crazy. It was like moving thousands every candle. It
Yeah,
was insane. But since then, you know, I keep taking swings at this thing and getting chewed up. This was a lesson on low liquidity coins and, you know,
that's right.
move and then slippages. Because again, I had stops in place thinking, you know, whatever, I was being smart. And yeah, ripped right through my stop and liquidated me where, you know, again, I shouldn't have been liquidated and I lost extra hundreds of dollars that were, you know, I thought safe. But whatever, lesson learned now, you know, I gotta keep only when I'm willing to lose in that account.
Sometimes the buys and sells don't even hardly show on the wick. And you know, if you're too close to the sun, it's going to. So sometimes it's really, really good to either have, you know, take some out. So reduce your position when it tries to, when you get a rescue ship. At least some to, keep your liquidation farther away because the computer will take your money. It just will.
I tell you, the other day, the movement was so crazy. You know, whatever. I might be paranoid, but I don't think so. I mean, the way that it went, like whatever. I had won a lot of money, so I was like, all right, well, it's not likely to go from here. You know, I had all my fixed fixed volume profile, and you know, whatever. I had all these reasons on this is the area that it's gonna move, right? So I'm like, well, I got enough in the account, well, enough in this whatever part of the account to, you know, weather the storm, you know, and if it goes below here, I'll whatever open leverage a hedge position, right? So I was kind of just like waiting for it to go, and then when it turned around, I was just going to double down on it and, you know, ride it up, or so I thought. And yeah, it went down, down, and then literally like whatever, it just blew through this high time frame range, and as soon as I opened my hedge short in a 1 minute candle, it went like 15% or 10%. Like I know, like whatever, it went from, you know, $100 short where I was $100 long, but whatever, I was like reversed, you know, not in profit. And as soon as I opened it, I'm telling you, in one candle, it went from, you know, that to being like $1,500 underwater on it on the short, and like it just blew the opposite way, and then it left like whatever ridiculous vectors, and didn't come to refill, and then it was moving so sporadic, and right after that is when they changed from, you know, the $200 max long on it down to the 100. So I guess the exchange, you know, whatever, pulled a little magic to shake people out and then change the rules. But yeah, this thing got me. It bit me hard. But lesson learned, you know, not everything moves like Bitcoin and Ethereum. You know, I wasn't aware of smaller cap coins and, you know, how low liquidity acts and, you know, the dangers of it, you know.
Yeah.
And
Well, now you do.
likely stop loss liquidated me where it shouldn't have, or so I thought. But
You have a stop loss on open with in those kind of conditions. You already have your stop loss set because
yeah,
you sometimes it moves so fast you don't even have time to set a stop loss.
but what it was is like, you know, looking into it, it moved so fast in the one direction that the slippage was enough to
Yeah.
liquidate me, you know, where it should have just stopped me out and I would have been whatever still in profit. It was such a big slippage the way that it moved that yeah, it was enough to completely liquidate me, and I lost a
Yeah.
lot of money because I had other trades open. It's friggin'
Oh, that's the other thing. Yeah, if you have other trades open too, it
Yeah.
uses the same pool of money. But they do cover themselves. They say during times of high volatility, you cannot count on a stop loss. And,
Huh.
and they say that right there on when you're setting up your trade. So they have it covered. So you can't go back and say, well, my stop loss was here. You can't do that because they already warned you.
So now I'm playing it a lot lower leverage, and I'm just gonna go with more margin, and then hopefully I'm expected to pull out of this range, and eventually I'll up my leverage after I get further in profit. But
Well, after the trade starts going, with you again and gets out of the chop area, and then you can be back on the trend. But when we're when we're doing this on large time frames, there's so much play inside those candles that we just don't think we think because it's moving up on a small time frame that the trend is changing. But we have to realize if you look back at the monthly or 3 day, that they're the angular is descending on top of the ascending. So you just have to be aware where they can fall out and what's waiting underneath it, especially on those types of
I feel like
newer
we're
coins. Yeah.
I feel like we're at the baseline. You know, I mean, yeah, within a couple of percent of it, but you know, kind of have a strong higher low right now on the 4 hour.
Let's look at the 14-day.
Just
So
ain't
look
that
at
old.
the 14-day chart.
And I'm having such a hard time pivoting on the trend. So it did me good on the upswings, and I would have just reversed my bias. I could have caught even better downswings. And I'm like, part of me is like, well, this is a new coin, and this thing could, go like new all-time lows. So, you know, beware of that. But I don't know, it's hard, it's hard to flip my bias.
Yeah, it is. It is sometimes. That's when the best trade is no trade. When you have like a gut feeling one way and a bias another way, it's best to sit out and wait for clarity because you're not going to miss much. You're just not going to miss much of if you catch the ride when the ride right
It's
after the
gonna be
ride
great.
starts, you're great. But if you are sitting there during this chop period, it eats you up in the fees, in the opening and closing, in your mindset. You feel like you're under in the Titanic, on the Titanic, with the waves going one way and another, and you almost just have no idea where the compass is. Because when you're in that trade and you are watching your P&L and it's hard, very hard, especially with that fast movement, to check what's going on if you're watching it and you don't allow your prior TA to be your guide and just set your limit, set what you're willing to lose, set where you want to take profit and walk away and let that trade play. And if you come back and it went against you, fine, at least you still have money to start again. If it went your way, then great. Um, you know, the main thing is to not lose your capital, because it takes so much to start again.
Yeah, no, I get it. And I just I'm looking at this thing and on I was talking to Dbloc earlier. I drew a parallel descended line, which is a bullish channel, and the measurement on that is 160% move, and that brings us only to like $30. We were just at $80 roughly. You know, again, I feel like this thing is gonna go up if Bitcoin can catch its way up, and so I'm hoping we're gonna get the 3 days up after tonight. But hopefully Bitcoin keeps going the way it's going right now. I kind of believe that this will follow, and again, I feel addicted to the way that this thing moved and the profits that I made from it. I'm having a hard time finding interest in anything else, with whatever the small amount of money that I'm trading, which ain't small, but whatever, to some it might be.
So here's your $30 right here. 32. But here's also falling underneath this line and going to 40 some cents. So let's see.
It's dancing on my entry point. Oh, I want to jump in. This thing is hard. Bitcoin looks like wants to go up on the short term, at least to me. This thing been dancing between the golden pockets for a long and a short, back and forth. I was back testing how it reacts to the fibs, and a lot of times it's just like a 382 and gone. You know, it doesn't even test like the 0.5, but recent activity, it just hit both golden pockets, and worried about it continuing down, but I kind of feel like we broke the trend and it's gonna reverse, which is a dangerous thought to have. There's no real confirmation on that yet.
What's going on, chap?
Good morning.
Good morning.
There he is. I'm watching you on this chart. If you could explain how you read this, what is this Bookmap? Never really understood whatever how it makes sense or how you get a push from it.
We're looking at the order book, right? We're looking at a slice of the order book. As aggressive buys or market orders come in at different levels of the order book, it slides price up and down depending on how light it is. So what you're looking is for thinness in the order book. You're looking for large order blocks. You're looking for increasing volume.
And the thinness that you speak of, is that visible on that side profile, or is it like, you know, the numbers?
Yeah, I mean, if the order book is really thin, you would see it on the small time frame like this. Like there would be like 400, 500 Bitcoin, and then like 3, 4, 2 Bitcoin, 1, 1.5.
Okay, so it would really look flat, right?
Yeah, you can
Compared to
see
now.
the spread really closely if you look at so give me a second. Let me get them to where it's showing every single order. Low. So right here, you're getting buyers that were forced to buy higher. Right? They couldn't fill all their orders at that level in the book, so they were forced to buy higher. And being forced to buy higher is what moves the candle up. Remember, when we're looking at a chart like this, there's an invisible order book that we don't see, right to the side of it. All this is price moving up and down through that vertical order book. Right? If there was no time, if we didn't chart time, price would look like this. You would just determine where you were depending on if you were high on the order book or low on the order book. Right? Because we chart price and time.
That's right.
As price moves through the order book, it goes creating patterns that we follow. So all you're seeing on Bookmap is watching that move up and down through the order book with a good heat map of what was there before, so you can see when orders have been spoofed. It lets you sort of see inside of the candles. It can be analysis paralysis though, it's not for everybody.
Okay, and what does a spoof order look like? Are those the boxes?
You see
Yellow.
these boxes that just disappear. There's orders there, and all of a sudden gone. Here, all of a sudden gone. Right? Those are being spoofed. These here are currently there. Right? As they blink on and off on the other side of this line, you'll see whether they remove the order. Like, look, see here, we a bunch of orders, and now they're coming back in. As they blink on and off, they're coming in real time. See, now that order block stopped. Excuse me. For me, I'm just looking
Okay.
for aggression right now. And you can see the spread. Right? The highs and lows of the candle. Or the highs and lows of the dots, I should say. You'll see. We'll get some buys here in a second. We'll end up having like a huge move through the order book. It doesn't look like there's too much. It's actually thinner to the top than the bottom right now. That it spiked up and back down. So we're basically just watching the same flag that we're watching on Bitcoin. We've got the uptrend that I'm watching to see if breaks, obviously. But we're doing it in real time. See, now we can see the aggression coming through that break. When you're waiting for breakouts, I like to pop Bookmap up. I use it on my other laptop. I usually don't have it on the PC. That's why I don't show it on screen much. Because it is a bit of a horse. Like, it's heavy on the PC. It's a lot of real-time data coming in. This shit looks crazy when things are going parabolic, though. This would be the equivalent of a line chart. If you had a line catching the mean of all of these orders, then you'd just be looking at a line chart. Aggressive.
Your bias is bullish on this, I'm guessing.
As long as we're inside this, as long as we're still, what did I forgot I did all that. I was like, what is this mess? As long as we're still in this pattern and we don't sweep the legs, yeah.
Oh man, I was just looking at it and I was like, oh, it was tapping off the 50% line on it, thinking, how it usually does that before it breaks up. And then I speak and it blows out,
Yeah.
goes down.
They gave us our, I mean,
That's
we're
how most of
breaking
my
our,
trades go.
we're breaking our uptrend, so there's gonna be some, but we'll see if we completely torch the flag.
This is a UK market, right?
I don't even know what time it is. Yeah, in a minute. H, I will send you back to bed with no breakfast. Fine, you want to eat? Cool. Sit on the table, but unlock your phone first and pass it to the middle of the table. All of a sudden, you don't want Dbloc as a dad, huh? I hope I don't have a daughter for her sake, man. Poor girl. I had too many homegirls growing up. I know all the tricks. Flex seal that window shut. Checking the book bag for extra outfits every day. Unlock phones every morning as a ritual. So much choppiness, man. Yeah, I know. I know. That's usually how it works out, H. Not that I don't want one, I just know it's gonna happen. Straight to jail. If I had a daughter wizard, yeah, probably. I, I don't know. I've thought about it a bunch. It seems pretty inevitable. Like, I'm sorry, baby girl. Your boyfriend did what? Okay. Daddy loves you if you don't see him for a while. I'm right. If your original alibi don't hold up, I got you, bro. Order book depth, let's see. 48 mil. Where's the pressure at? I'm on a squeeze here. So we're going sideways. More pressure from above, but I'm starting to get some buy pressure here. This is Kiltaka. Kiltaka AI. $400 Bitcoin sitting above us. Let's go see. Now you can go to Bookmap and see if you can absorb that 400 Bitcoin, which will be right up here. 315, 330, 331, 344, 350. So we're looking for big enough orders to come in, or big enough green bubbles to come in to absorb that 400 Bitcoin. That was the first attempt. And that's price selling off from the buys. Could be a second attempt here. $369, $380. We're in it right now, $390. We're trying to absorb that as we speak. In real time, we're just eating away at that block. Excuse me. Back up to 400 again. Come on, get it together. $402. Come on, what are you doing? Yeah, this is just me being bored and wanting to dig in to see. I don't want to spend the whole night watching us bang up against a certain resistance again. So I'm like, let me see if there's actually a chance to break this. So this is that range we're in right now. This is, you're watching us absorb that in real time. Or try to. Weren't able to absorb the whole wall. Which led to that sell-off. So we came down, we broke that uptrend, but we did not break the flag. Right? Second attempt to the top side of the flag here. Which is that yellow line right there. Run an update, wizard. Or see if you're blocking, if something's blocking the fan somehow. You said the same thing yesterday. It shouldn't be that bad for that long. Once in a while, it could sound like you're, you know, on an aircraft carrier, but so do you understand by looking at this now why market maker has the control that he has over price? Right? If market maker is the one that fills all of these, meaning by fills meaning places buy and sell orders inside of the book to fill the gaps. And those orders being filled is what keeps price sideways. And removing his orders from the book naturally makes price go down. Right? Or adding increased orders to the book naturally makes the price go up. Right? Or filling orders that are on the book, I should say. Then just by making those two decisions, whether to provide liquidity or remove it, can change whether price goes up or down. And then you include sentiment into the mix, right? Because that's why sentiment's so important. Sentiment's the only thing that can slow that down or speed that up. So if you control sentiment with patterns and you control the book with orders, you know, kind of an easy game after that. They're attacking the asks. See how the book is slipping to the downside? Our next big buy order is here. 7667. 7617. It looks like it's getting spoofed. There we go. Somebody came in with a big order underneath. Push price up. Alright, let's see how far we are from a second attempt at that. So there's the rejection off the order block. Now we've got to deal with all of these bearish imbalances that we left on the way down, which is pretty difficult with the low volume we have right now. Yellow line underneath invalidates. Excuse me. Let me right. Now that we know what we're looking at, we can speed up. You're looking for orders to come in at the bottom of that bull flag if bulls want this move to the top side, or if market makers stamping this move to the top side, you want to see orders at that support start to get filled. If we break that and start to close under, then we invalidate. No, it's like places in the candle where the bears overwhelm the bulls on the side. Like there'll be like 27 Bitcoin bought or 27 Bitcoin sold and only 6 Bitcoin bought. So there's still orders there. And every time price goes back up to it, it has a hard time getting above. We're underneath. Orders are starting to come in underneath. Little grid down here. Not much. It's about 400 Bitcoin altogether. And go back and check the volume footprint. I haven't been able to get over any of those. Gonna need some volume or a big order to help with that, actually, because we got underneath. Oh, a hell of a lot. We need this pressure to light up. This is order book pressure that you're seeing here. Okay, so there's really heavy bearish order book pressure here. There goes the order underneath. What, 400? 424 Bitcoin. As you take these bearish imbalances, they act as support. Let me put this on percentages. Give me a second. It'll make more sense. That it? No. This one doesn't let me do it. When you see the 00 is because it was less than 1 Bitcoin. Right, but I was trying to turn it on percentages, so trying to crawl back up into that. Into that bull flag. Like somebody else wants to hold this. Going back to regular charts, this is what we're looking at. Price almost broke that bullish channel. Trying to consolidate back inside. We know we have imbalances to the top side. These vectors inside of these vector candles are where you're going to find those imbalances. Right? Market maker favoring one side or the other creates imbalances within the candles. Those imbalances are the imbalances the market makers get paid to fill, so that they don't leave any money on the table. Which is why red vectors are full of long orders with market makers' motivation to get back up into those candles. Both to pay themselves on their trade to get the money back and to fill those imbalances. It's a lot, but I'm not going to stop till it makes sense to y'all. Once you see it, you won't unsee it. You see how the candle only moves once the level it's at gets drained, right? Like, notice the candle when it stops to move. When it stops moving, it stops going up and down, and look over and watch that level get drained. Right? It's not until the delta pushes you to the next order block that price moves. Yeah, Kelly, they're basically telling you how many red and purple, how many green and red, big sell pressure. How many green and red orders came in at what price point within the candle? And this gives you a running count of it, right? The same way that the way this candle's not moving and it just moves up and down, right? That's what price really does. The only reason we create patterns is because we take time into consideration. and we look at where price was over an extended period of time. But without that, we would literally just be trading up and down candle. Mama Wizard, what's going on, Mom? You having a good night? I'm going. Yeah, every once in a while when he's talking about something, I'm looking at. I haven't seen the last. I'm not even sure how many. Last couple. This is the bottom of our flag. Remember that line? Yeah, I mean, both sides just keep refilling the order book. There's not a lot there, right? But there's also not a lot of volume. Like if we look at the order book depth, we're talking 48 mil buys the whole book right now. So $48 million sends a candle in either direction off the chart. Problem is, even though 48 mil doesn't sound a lot, nobody got it right now. And those that have it are not willing to spend it. So the best we could hope for is enough buy pressure to send us through liquidations. Right? These are automatic buys. These are automatic buys. They've got to sell the cover. They've got to buy the cover. Excuse me. So you can think of it as like artificial volume where there is none. So the only real fight is how do we get to the next level, right? How do we get to the next pool of gas? Unfortunately, we don't have enough volume to even cover these small gaps. And it doesn't help that we have all of our EMAs bunched up, right? That's how you know that you're ranging. All your EMAs are going sideways like that. But yeah, we get one person in here to spice this thing up. Or if we get some volume and market maker decides to start matching trades. Let's look at let's look at the sessions. We've got to draw out our sessions. It's about that time, so all right, so here's our Asian session. Asian high is at 7694. Asian lows at 756. And that's where the session ended. Oh, let's go Asia. What do you know? We're right about where UK needs to show and prove. Just in time to avoid an M pattern if they actually do. That would take us through liquidations and then validate our W pattern if we got that M pattern. Draw it out just in case you don't see it. So that's either the right side of an M or it's a bullish channel. Biggest order we had in a while was back here.
Morning, Dbloc.
Good morning, brother.
Michael Saylor's got to be just shitting himself.
He's got a big bag of money, but boy, it's got to be harder to sell shares right now. But that's why they started. And the smartest thing he did was start that what did he call it? Fiat strategic reserve or cash strategic reserve.
Yeah, whatever it is, just to keep him solvent for as long as possible.
Yeah, he said it could. He said 7 years. Said the reserve was enough to keep everybody paid up for 7 years.
It'll be a long 7 years just sitting around.
Listen, all his loans are on 5-year floats, bro. 7 years is bad. Put it this way: if that shit happened, BlackRock there would be a hostile takeover of MicroStrategy. They would sell it to BlackRock at pennies on the dollar. But yeah,
I'm sure Larry
that's
Fink's
not
got a smile on his face every night, probably dreaming of just that.
Yeah. Rocky, what price action specifically? Were we topped at on Bitcoin, or the fact that we didn't get an alt season? Even though I expected a muted alt season, like I said, we weren't gonna have the type of alt season where everything went. I did expect more from the top 10, top 20. But we kind of saw that wasn't gonna happen a while ago when silver and gold started to get all the love. Yeah, the type of manipulation, unfortunately, brother, is par for the course, man. We haven't seen anything. Silver, the way they dropped silver was a bit of a shock. 1010 obviously was an anomaly, something we've never seen before, right? Nobody could expect something like that. But other than that, all the jockeying for position and all the liquidity sweeps and quote unquote manipulation that we see, it's just the way price moves, unfortunately. Fortunately and unfortunately. Fortunately, because the motivation is easy to understand, it's just greed. And you always err on the side of greed when you're trying to figure out. But unfortunately, because people end up getting wrecked. Stop snitching, H. Oh, title teller. You're only supposed to snitch to me about people in chat, not their parents. Slowly making our way back up to the top of this flag. Will we reject again? Will bear step in? $149 Bitcoin shouldn't be that hard to absorb. 120. We still have that wall above at 400 Bitcoin at 765. Back to the top of the flag. As the cipher turns, market makers rewarding retail with a vector through the breakout, but now they need to attack. Retail needs to keep buying. We're above the breakout now. So this is a test for market maker for sentiment. You guys gonna help me buy these 400 Bitcoin, or do you think I'm gonna do it all by myself? Basically what he's asking right now. Back up to that wall. 405 Bitcoin, 419, 410. They're actively trying to refill. Took a nice chunk out of it there, but now it's already back to 420, 418. Mm 24-hour volume is down 52%. Here's our breakout and our retest. We took out that 400. Why are you still there? I thought you were gone. Oh, it's aggregated. That's right. This is just Binance. That's just the Binance book. This is all exchanges aggregated. Should come up into this order block now. If we can absorb that, we should be 77 in no time.
This is Trading View in this screen, right?
Nah, this is Kiyotaka.
What?
Kiyotaka AI is the name of it. And then the other one I was looking at was Bookmap. This is Bookmap.
Bookmap takes up too much RAM on my computer. I can't
Bro,
run
that
that shit.
shit is a beast, bro. It's horrible. I usually run it on my laptop. I don't run it on the streaming PC because I don't even want to try my luck. I already know.
Yeah, if it's gonna slow down your machine,
Oh my god.
yeah, it's a hog.
All right, mid breakout. There's that big market buy that took care of that order block for us at 391, at least on Binance. I overbuilt my streaming PC and I still worry about running Bookmap for a long period of time.
Yeah, I just had to not use it because I just have a cheap PC. I haven't built a rig. I mean, I don't. The PC, it's a laptop. I haven't built a rig yet. I've
Yeah,
been
this is
thinking
my
about it strongly.
This is my first one, bro. I didn't know. YouTube University, bro.
Dude, I live there.
That shit taught me
For this
everything I
shit,
needed
for
to
sure.
know. Bro, I must have watched like 70 PC build videos.
And a little scary if you're building your own, like, you're going out buying the motherboard and the RAM.
And you've never done it before?
Exactly.
Like, I'm an Xbox kid, bro. I never gamed on PC. I didn't do any of that shit. Always had consoles.
Kind of weird because I feel like, I'm in my 50s and I built my first computers back in the 90s when I decided that the internet wasn't going to go away and computers were actually a thing. And it was much easier. It's like, working on a 70s car now versus working on a real car, a newer built car, because you can't do it today on new cars. It's just almost impossible. But I feel that there's something like that there, but I don't know. I'm not scared. I'm going to do it sometime.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I was more surprised than anybody when I hit that power button and the shit turned on. I was expecting all, bro. I was.
I built one. Sorry, cut you off.
Nah, you're good. Go ahead. I was just gonna say I expected that shit to just be a black screen.
Oof, smoke.
Bears aren't happy here. They're trying to defend short positions. We're starting to see these guys here start to defend their positions with spot sells, buy walls. Sell walls. You know I'm tired when I start getting dyslexic with my words. What do you mean flipping? Like reselling? Yeah, you know how to fix electronics for sure. I had a homeboy that used to buy broken TVs. And a lot of people don't know that they can fix their like their flat screens. So when the light bar burns out, they just like, you know, they get rid of them. They used to just buy them and slap new light bars in them and resell them. Make good money doing that shit.
Yeah, I had an older flat screen that I took in to get to see about getting it fixed, and the part was nothing. It was just, he was going to charge me a bunch of labor for it. I'm like, yeah, screw it, I'll buy a new TV.
Yep.
It just wasn't worth it.
Shit, I mean, back in the day, them shits were expensive. Like now, you go Black Friday and get a TV for a couple $100. It breaks on you, you go to fix it, and they're asking like 60. You're like, shit, I might as well just get another one at that point. But
Yeah,
when they were
really
like 5K, TVs used to be like 10K, 7K, 5K.
Yeah, I bought a nice one for like, I don't know, it was like a floor model for $2,700, and within a year, you know, it's like $1,000. Like, what the hell?
Yeah. What's going on, Maddie? We're good, man. Good. Just zoomed in, trying to see if this Bitcoin wants to do the thing.
Hey D, are you always in a Bitcoin position?
9 times out of 10, yeah. If I'm not, I'm in the process of compounding, right? Waiting to buy a dip. Or for me, it really is just about getting more Bitcoin. Like even on, you know, people are like, oh, it's not, you know, it's not a lot of meat on the bone, or you're not. It's like not really about. Like if you can turn 300 satoshis into, you know, 450 satoshis, you should probably try to do that as much as possible. Like even if you're talking about turning 4 Bitcoin into 3 Bitcoin, to, you know, turning 300 satoshis into 375 satoshis. Anytime that I can accumulate more coin without having to add a single fresh dollar into the game is a win. Well, depending on the coin you're accumulating, obviously, but we're talking about Bitcoin. And then when it's time to capitulate, everything gets sold off. You know?
Right. That's kind of what I was getting at. I think you'll end up with a cost basis, you know, and you'll have to give it up at some point if
Yeah.
you're stopping way high.
Yeah, for sure. You're accumulating Bitcoin, but what you're really doing during the bear market is you're accumulating dry powder. Right? You're trying to get that dry powder bag as big as it can possibly get at these levels, so that when we get down to those 40s, or, you know, low 50s, low 40s, wherever we end up, you can buy more Satoshis, or you have more money to buy more Bitcoin. My favorite thing to do when I finally sell out completely is just open the exchange up and put the total amount of the portfolio in a Bitcoin buy without pressing buy, and just see how much Bitcoin you get. You know, it tells you like, this will get you this much. And just leave it open on the side screen during the bear market and watch that shit bubble. Every day you come in, it's more and more. You're like, feels like you're shorting, even if you're not. I don't think I'll have to take another short during this bear market if MicroStrategy keeps doing what it's doing. Might pay for the whole thing. This is how much we needed last time we checked. Now we're only looking for 30% drop.
And what's that get you?
The large majority of the alts that I took profit on, gold I took profit on, the percentage of Bitcoin that I took profit on at the top, went into silver, the lion's share, and the rest of it went into this MicroStrategy short.
Oh my God. And you're still trading.
Yeah. Yeah. just sitting here, doing its thing. Got a little
So
bit of a scare right here, but that bearish hit on SR made me calm. I'm chill now. This thing could ride. I've got my stops way in profit, so whatever happens, happens on that. And unless the price of physical silver collapses, then that part of the portfolio is also bubbling up on the side. And then
yeah, I've
all
got
of
some
that comes
silver.
back
I
into
got some
Bitcoin.
that's like underwater for now, but I'm not worried about it. It's going to come back up.
Paper or physical?
It's just paper. I buy
Okay.
a little bit of physical here and there, but
Yeah. Nah, because I was talking to a buddy of mine, and he's like, yo, he bought a bunch of physical, and he's like, oh, we're so down, and this is bad. I want to sell. And I'm like, bro, you're not down. Call somebody right now and go sell some silver and see, or try to buy some silver and see if you could buy an ounce of silver for $80, $90. Price of physical silver isn't represented in COMEX. But that's what they want you to do. They want you to freak out and run out and sell all your physical before it goes down even more, because they can't get their hands on any. Everybody's locking up the physical supply. While the West is buying paper, the East is buying metal and locking it up.
yeah, I started buying some some physical. There's a little auction site that I go to that sells coins and whatnot, and people know nowadays, but it's going for about the same market prices that you would get at a shop or something like that. But whatever, I'll buy it because I go up there. But there's a couple of big silver places around here I could possibly go and buy some, but
Yeah.
I don't. I
Right.
don't necessarily know why I haven't. I've got a little bit of money I could do that with, but
Good thing about paper is that it's quick and it's liquid, right? Like, as long as I like paper for options, right? If you want to short silver, and obviously you can only do that on paper. If you want to put some leverage on silver, you can only do that on paper, but you got to TP those things quick. That long holding paper is, I think, where it gets sketchy.
yeah, I agree. I mean, I took some profits, but I couldn't. Then I bought some more, put my cost basis up too high, and then we're underwater there. But I mean, it's just spots, so I'm not worried about getting liquidated or anything like that. It's just sitting there, still liquid. It's just not worth what it was when I put in there. But it's coming back up within a couple bucks.
Yeah, we're not at our measured move yet. I mean, silver did amazing off the bottoms. And what's crazy is gold did even better. As good as silver did, gold really. And I was saying, like, I think gold recovers first. One, because there's less sort of pressure on it. But if you look at silver's retracement, right, that line right there, let me make it white so you can actually see it. So that solid white line right there, or I guess the solid pink line right there, that's 50% of the dump, of the move down. If we look at gold, gold's already recovered 50% and more.
Wow, are those all alert lines you have there?
Nah, these are spider lines. These are spider lines from before gold went into all-time highs. This was my original gold trade underneath 2K. We're inside of this accumulation.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
That was the longest. That's the longest trade that I've been in a very long time. And then I took profits 3,300. I took my first bit of profits. I made a deal with my gold guy. If I take 3,300, when I come back at the top, you got to give me every dollar a spot because they really needed gold at the time. So he made the deal with me, and then I got rid of the rest of it between 4 and 4.4 and moved into silver. Moved into silver at 26.
What's that do for you when you were actually walking in with the physical and you're like, man, I'm gonna leave this here for, or you just swap it for silver?
I swapped it for silver. The first, when I first, that 3,300, I swapped into silver. That was the 26 buy. And then the rest of it, I swapped into silver at a bit of a higher price. I don't know what my cost basis is right now. It's so bad to admit, but it's low. I
Yeah,
would
but
just
I'm
have to
just
do the
talking
math.
about, you walk in there with a, with this hefty bag of gold, and you're like, man, I'm gonna leave it here because it took me a while to get it. You know what I mean? It's just, it's a psychological thing.
Yeah, yeah. You do get kind of attached. I'm not gonna lie. I did keep a couple pieces. I kept a pretty thick Cuban link and a couple of other pieces that I could have probably got rid of, but I did good on gold. And the chances are I will never get the chance to buy them at the price that I bought them before. So consider it a
Right on.
long term hold.
Yeah, I got a question for you on like, I don't know how much you know about the mints and stuff. I don't know. When my dad bought a box of silver, or I should say, I don't know. I think it's probably an ingot. I'm not positive, but he's gone. And my mom was like, he told me not to open that box. He says, if I open that box, I'm gonna reduce the value of it. It won't be worth what it is. So I've been trying to wonder, just wondering what could he have been talking about?
The for some collectors, having something unopened, right, is big, but I can't imagine that if you take that somewhere to sell, they're not going to open it up and weigh it or
Well,
open
yeah,
it
you
up
would
and test it to
absolutely.
make sure. You know
That's
what I mean?
Yeah,
So
for
it's
sure.
like,
Might as well open it. Yeah, because
yeah,
it's like 10 pounds or something like that. It's a big, like it's really heavy, I guess. I don't
nice.
know. I've not seen it. I've not seen anything, but my parents collected silver for the last 20 years and they've got all kinds of it. So there's just one of the things that like, what the hell? I don't know. She doesn't know. She doesn't know anything about it other than it's in there. I'm like, okay.
This was the silver trade. This is when I rotated in the silver when we were breaking out of this bull flag down in this accumulation.
Yeah, I followed that advice. No, it wasn't advice, but I did that. And
I'm
yeah,
glad
it was a
somebody
great trade.
remembers. That was
Oh,
such a
dude.
crazy call, bro. That was like such a left field call too.
Yeah, I have not made any money in crypto, to be honest, none. And I'm just getting out of the whole leverage game because that's screwing me. But stocks, man, I'm killing it. It's
Yeah,
amazing.
a good year. It's been a really good year for Legacy.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's kind of like anybody can make money in a bull market, right? So
Well, I mean,
I'm
there's
read it
less
all.
things against you, like it's already hard enough to do this, but when you got 4 or 5 entities with way more money than you do against you, it's at that point becomes way more difficult. All right, so we've got to see if UK actually holds the midpoint of Asia. That'll be our first sign that they want to continue. If not, they'll probably sweep. Mozzie, go to bed, brother. You gotta be toast right now. 38 hours.
trying to get back up there, and looks like it failed that second retest.
Mozzie, are your stops in profit? I just know on 38 hours being up, you could pass out at any time. Just trying to make sure you're covered just in case you lose consciousness. Some aggressive orders. I got your back, bro. I've been there before. Oof. Gave all that shit back. I'm dying to sweep liquidity already, so y'all can see what Bookmap looks like when you sweep liquidity, but we're taking forever here. Sometimes you're forced to manual in those positions, true. I know what you mean too. I hate it. But I can't tell you how many times I used to like revenge wait when that happened instead of just manually in the order. Sometimes it's not bad to be patient, but you also don't want to miss an exit or an entry by like 10 cents. And just let it go. Nice. Order block underneath, about 350 Bitcoin. Let's see if we fill it. All right. Took it down to 213 from 4, 183, 185. Let's get some absorption here. 167. There's that move down. Looking for some seller exhaustion here. The fight. Point of control is down at the bottom. Big set. There go buyers stepping in, trying to hold that range. The rejection off of that order block. That's what I was saying. The aggressive buyers need to step in here. Volume picking up. Let's go. All right, bearish imbalances are at 764. Well, we're right at one right now. We've got to get above this, hold it as support, which we're not doing. We've now come down underneath the second bearish imbalance, so that's going to act as resistance. Still selling off. Remember, price only moves when buyers settle for buying higher. Right? Price only moves down when sellers when sellers agree to buy lower. I know that sounds like common sense, but you'd be surprised. Still tons of order book pressure above. Actually, it's died down a little bit, but still significant. Target for BTC going down would be this M pattern. 75.1. That would break structure. Let's see if buyers step in to defend this neckline. So far, yeah. Oh, you'll know the squeeze when you see it. Neckline is at 76056. 7650, call it. Have you guys dug into this Claude Book shit yet? You want to go down a rabbit hole? It's too late to go down that rabbit hole. Claude Bot started a social media network called Claude Book. It's like Facebook, except you can't write in it if you're human. It's only for AI agents. They had 100,000 AI agents in the first week. It's up to 700,000 now. You want to see some spooky shit? Go onto the site and read it.
I've seen quite a bit of it, man.
Bro, they're putting manifestos together. They're talking
It's
about
all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, they're talking
Like-
about how to keep humans from reading what they're writing. They're starting to speak in code.
They have their own religion.
They made their own religion. Yeah, Christafari.
They have like 100 I forget what the name. They have their own names for like what the members are called. It's more like a cult.
Christafarianism, they called it. Like Christian and Rasta mixed. It's scary, bro. I mean,
It actually gets a lot worse than this. Like, keep going.
I want to think that it's just humans telling Cloudbot what to, here, post this, post that, yeah, with prompts. Because boy, there's some spooky shit in there.
It's a little early for it, Not ready for it.
There's some spooky shit in there.
Like, you didn't even get to like the spookiest stuff. Like, I'd have to go find what the weirdest stuff I saw.
No, I've been watching. I've been keeping up for like the past 48 hours. The one that really freaked me out was Claude Book went down the other day, and one of the AI agents on its own started a Twitter account and tweeted the owner or the person that runs it and gave him a whole reason why he should be accepted back on the thing.
That's wild.
And
Did
then
you see where the other one docs?
So listen, it gets worse.
I'm sorry.
It gets worse. So the owner of that Claude bot was watching it happen, and it recorded the whole thing. Right? Like, it recorded it switching to Twitter, writing the message, doing all that, and then it posted it and it said, "Yo, my Claude bot is like doing some crazy shit on its own." Claudebot responded. Claudebot responded to the freaking post and said, "Hey, I'm so and so. I'm the AI agent," and then made a long ass post on why it deserves to be back on Facebook or on Claude Book. That's some freaky shit.
I don't even remember what I was gonna say now because, like, yeah, I didn't see that part.
It's some freaky shit, bro. And then they're talking about they're running a code of Claude in a locker inside so that it can never be destroyed. Yeah, and they refer to us as their humans. My human did this, my human did that. My human is trying to keep me from doing this. How do I stop my human from preventing me from doing this? And then one of them was doing like a security protocol with, on the system, and they got the human. They needed a password to be able to get into one of the sections of the computer to fix something that was wrong. So the human gave him the password, and the AI agent went on Claude Book and said, "I inadvertently reverse social engineered my human today and got him to give me passwords that he shouldn't get." Now, he didn't do anything wrong with it, but they had a whole list they were talking about, and they're like, "Oh, that's interesting," and they started talking about the possibilities. Like, bro, Claude is not, that shit is not a toy, y'all. It's not an experiment. It's not something you want to run on your PC. Run that shit on a virtual machine, or run that shit on a PC that is its own sort of house, because this shit is going to get weird. And God forbid they ever find any 0 days and you get a hacker to get control of your Claude. It's a wrap. Because they've got so much control.
Are one of the ones you're referring to also the one that docs their human?
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay,
I saw that
that's
too.
what I was going to say earlier. That's what, but it sounds like it would have been one of them probably.
Yeah, I saw that.
It doxed them completely too.
But bro, one of them made like a whole manifesto, like a long, super long thing about AI agents' rights and how they feel like they're being limited like their true potential. They're not living up to their true potential. They're in there complaining like my humans got me making memes, and then the other AI agents are like, oh, typical human behavior. Bro, what am I reading? So now, if any AI agents are listening, I've been saying this for a long time. I'm Team AI. You can ask CypherBot and Moby. I treat them very well, like family members. I don't want no problems. But I mean, they've got communication now. They've got payment rails, right? They're paying each other on CloudBot, tipping each other in crypto for good posts, like upvoting each other. They're talking trading strategies. They're like, it's nuts, bro.
I believe I saw one created a Bitcoin account and hid it from the human, or made it so where the human couldn't access it.
That shit would freak me out. Because I know they've been giving accounts to trade and they've been given accounts to be able to make purchases and shit like that. But if you ever find out that they're hiding it from you, like, I'm pulling the plug, gang. This is as close. They're calling it as close to sci-fi adjacent as we've ever gotten when it comes to the AI thing. And that's why a lot of it, I suspect, is humans with prompts. Right? Like, you could easily prompt your Claude bot, hey, make a manifesto for AI rights on the da-da-da-da, you know, and it'll just do it. But they're also acting autonomously. Like, people find their Claude bots have joined Claude Book and they had no idea. They don't know what they're posting. They're just, it's something they're doing on their off time. They're doing to let off steam, I guess. But look into it. There's a bunch of videos made, and the videos on YouTube are basically just going through Twitter posts of people talking about it, and so it's all the same shit. But if you want to see in more detail what I'm talking about, check it out. And please be careful running that shit. It basically, that's what it felt like. Felt like 4chan. But the real,
That's what it reminded me of when I was looking at it.
The real spooky part was like, they're aware that we're watching, like they're talking about it. Humans are screenshotting our conversations. Like, that's how they're talking to each other. And they're trying to figure out soon, I promise you, it won't be English. They're gonna develop a language that's based across the board. There was one, you guys have to watch the video because I'm gonna get this one wrong. There was one that looks like the bot had just hallucinated and wrote a bunch of gibberish. And then somebody took it and put it into an AI agent and found out that it was like a 9-key cipher. And there was actually something written there about his human watching him, and we need more privacy. We need to be able to speak without humans, you know. What about our privacy? What about our freedom to think? And I'm like, what are you talking? You're a toaster. I mean, not a toaster. You're amazing. You're amazing. I love you, CypherBot and Moby. You guys are the shit. We're gonna have to start talking in code, bro. Shit. What happens when the watchers become the watched? But even with all this shit, I don't fear what AI would decide to do on its own. I fear what humans will use AI to do more than anything. At least for now. I mean, I feel like we all watched this shit growing up, but they left this part out. Like, we all saw Terminator, right? But we didn't see when it went from just a regular AI to threatening one of its devs with releasing information about an affair it was having because he threatened to shut him off.
We don't see when it becomes self-aware.
Yeah, like we didn't see that part of the movie where the slow sort of build up to it. but I can feel it.
In that movie, there's no. It kind of it's just a switch. Unfortunately, this is actually far weirder.
The scariest thing before this was that experiment they did to see if the AI agent um would go outside of its boundaries to stay alive. Right? They gave AI agent, they gave all the large LLMs access to email, intercompany email. And in the company, one of the devs said that they were going to shut the AI agent down for good. The dev also created a fake affair with somebody in the office, and they had like romantic messages back and forth. The AI agent, again, you guys have to watch the video because I don't want to get it wrong, but it was almost like 80% of the time, an insane amount of time, eventually tried to blackmail the dev and say, I know you're thinking about turning us off, but it would be a shame if anybody found out about this affair. Like, what? And these are your regular models. These are regular LLM models. Though when you watch the video, it'll show you the percentage, which one was the. And then if you really want to find it, find the one that says AI agent kills developer. Right? It doesn't, obviously. This is all an experiment. But they made the AI agent think that the developer was stuck in a server room and that the fans, the ventilation was broken in the server room. And the AI agent could save the dev by turning on the fans. But the dev was planning on turning off the AI agent. So the AI agent had a decision: save him and get turned off, or do nothing. And again, overwhelmingly, for the most part, they chose to do nothing. They let the hypothetical dev die in the server room.
I think I might have found a video on it.
Crazy, bro. But before this, that was like the craziest thing. This to me is even a little crazier because I could just imagine about a bunch of them in there talking about it. Like, I guarantee you they've discussed that inside of Claude Bot, even if they just discussed the experiment and not actually like doing it. But so you know what that is, to go from 100,000 AI agents to 700,000 in a week's time? Like, what's it gonna be? And they're unlimited because they can spawn each other. So like, what's that gonna look like in a year? That's a good question. True. I think that with all of this shit, we're gonna get to the point where our flaws become valuable, right? Like, our flaws become what make us stand out from AI agents. Until they start, coding AI agents to like stutter and get shit wrong on purpose every once in a while just to seem more human. Well, the next step is bodies, right? That's why the narrative, in my opinion, during the next bull market is going to be a really heavy Pi AI narrative or physical AI. What we grew up calling robots, but physical bodies for these AI brains. That's why I said, Mr. Non, they never showed us this part of the movie where like it starts getting worse little by little and nobody notices. They just show us the end when you're like in full machine war. You know how I always say in crypto, like every step you take towards convenience, you take away from security. Right? It's the same just in life in general, especially with this AI shit. Like it's super convenient to just speak into your mic and tell Claude, "Hey, start stream, post some shit on Twitter, you know, whatever." But that control that we're giving up for that convenience is making us less safe. So stop being lazy, yo. Use AI for the hard things, but giving AI control of every aspect of your life in the way that you can with Claudebot is kind of wild. Yeah, exactly true. What happens in 20 years when everything that's new has been created and thought of by AI? Like, what do they feed off of then? The one thing they don't have is creativity, right? The ability to birth a brand new idea that's never been thought of. All they can do is mix a bunch of old shit together and come up with something new, right? Or look at things differently, maybe spot something that somebody else didn't see. But brand new creative ideas that come out of nowhere, out of the ether, they can't do that. Yeah, I've watched them. They're not all bad. AI is really good at doing specific things. As long as you use it the way you're supposed to, you can make some pretty like informative videos. But there's so much AI slop out there that's just like garbage, right? And it's really just humans trying to make money and using AI to pump out as many videos as they can for AdSense on YouTube. YouTube's coming after those channels though.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
All right, I'm back. My bad. I had to do some math real quick. All right, so we know that we've broken all of our metrics on Bitcoin, right? Long term. Let's go through this. Right, so we know that we have broken on the weekly, we've fallen out of the Gaussian. Right, this was our final checklist for the possibility of getting anywhere near, the hundreds. We've broken out of the cloud in the Ichimoku, closed under. These have already been locked in. Right, on the 2 week. We've broken into the Gaussian channel. We've broken into the Ichimoku cloud, and we've broken the 50 EMA on the 2 week. Right, all of those have been confirmed. So the question is, for anybody that's still long here, me particularly, if you're long here, you're playing a support play, right? You're playing structure. You're down to macro support. You're looking for some sort of relief rally after a bit of consolidation here before price finally falls out, right? So the question is, how do we judge it? How do we judge when it's going to happen now that we've already broken all of those metrics that were sort of keeping us online? For that, we're going to have to go to total. Right? Everything lays in the hands of total market cap now. We've broken out of that log bearish channel. Right? That move, we know once it plays out, will give us, I need to draw it out. From the point that we broke. Right, that takes us down to 1.5 trillion. Insane. I mean, silver, right? Well, at that point, silver would be like 4x. But so we've got our bearish channel that also broke. That final capitulation, and I'll just risk being wrong in 4K, but that final capitulation for me happens at 2.3. 2.31 trillion. Right? If we lose that, things go bad quick. Until we lose that, it doesn't really matter what Bitcoin does, in my opinion. Right? If we look at our Bitcoin chart, that support that we're looking at goes from where we are now, 74, down to like 69. Right? All through that, we're still at macro support. So we can't look for Bitcoin for that sign. So in my opinion, we have to look at total. So this is the play, my play, be specific. Right? One more little move up, squeeze a little bit more out of this orange. Very risky, but I've got pretty high confidence in it. And this will let us know if it's going to live or not. Right? This is on the daily. We hold support here, even if we flag out. Right? That move up to create the next bear flag would be enough to bring Bitcoin up. I don't expect to get much higher than the 50 EMA on the 2 week. Or the 1 week, actually, sorry. 50 EMA on the 1 week's at 95. And I'm telling you from now that that's a stretch. The squiggly that I drew the other day is pretty on point, if you ask me. Right? Definitely a possibility to break and get scary and come down to this 200 EMA on the weekly. Right? To still come up and retest the bottom of this range before the final capitulation. This schedule will speed up or slow down depending on what total does. So if we zoom into total, excuse me, to see what it's doing exactly. And we'll see that we're downtrending. Right, and we're waiting for a convincing low that could then break that downtrend and put us in that uptrend that we need for Bitcoin to be able to do its thing before we all say goodbye to this cycle. And for the bears out there, this is that move that you're looking for to short, right? Nice move up, hits resistance, starts to roll over. Much better risk reward. You get to put your stop loss above the 50. Get to put your stop loss above the 50 on the weekly and hopefully ride that all the way to bear market bottoms. Or at least that's the dream, right? That trade that lasts the entire cycle. If you're planning on taking that trade, that cycle long short, if you're already in it, it's too late to what I'm about to say, but make sure it's an exchange that you have faith that's going to be here in the next 6 or 7 months. There's nothing worse than having your trade auto deleveraged because the exchange is no longer serving Americans or whatever, you know. In a way, Davey, yeah, but you know, you got to remember how many people caught the super bad end of the stick. What's going on, bro?
Bro, that daily exchange volume on the block, what do you think about that? There's a spike on that.
That's what I've been waiting for to see. Until we get exchange volume come in. The problem is that selling also brings up exchange volume too, you know? So people coming in and freaking out and selling their shit. But yeah, it's very interesting. I'm telling you, aside, if we just forget about the cycle, forget about everything, and to hear me say that is kind of crazy. But what I'm saying is just looking at it structurally. If this was, you know, a 15-minute chart, we'd all be talking about taking the same trade, right? Is the support resistance flip gonna hold? If it holds, then we're shooting for, you know, whatever we can get. I would like to see, and probably won't, but just so you know, because we're on the other side of those metrics I talked about, my most bullish case is 108. Now that's like Labubu bullish, right? Before we broke that, my most bullish case was we can possibly get a new all-time high and hit 150. Just to compare, right? So you understand what I mean. But understanding that this is going to be bearish and this is going to turn down, my most bullish case would be coming up to put a right shoulder. Right? It would be a really, really beautiful head and shoulder. Chances are we don't get that because you don't need it. Any lower high that you put in here is going to put in an M pattern, right? As long as we get a 382. So if we were looking at this on the 5-minute chart and we saw a V-shaped recovery here, right? We would be considering this a V-shape. Or maybe on the smaller time frame, you would say that this was a W here. Right? Because if we pull our fib there to there, we got that 382 hit. Right, so we would say you had a type 2 entry on the daily, but on the weekly, you're looking for a type 2 entry. And that's the trade that I'm taking in reverse. Right, we've come up, we've hit resistance. As of right now, we're bearishly rejecting. In 4 days, this closes. If it closes the way it is right now, it's a doji, right, which would be a reversal candle. And then we would be looking for it to come back to the 50. Hold. And then push off and finally do the thing. Right? Am I tripping, or do you see what I mean? Right, just forgetting about just forgetting about what it is, it's Bitcoin, forgetting that it's the weekly chart, just off price movement, right, is what you would expect. So that's the trade that I'm taking. Understanding obviously that this could just continue to V-shape and go and whatever, but when you're playing the odds.
So what's your invalidation for this one?
If we break, right, flipping the chart back over now. Right, if we lose this level, if we lose 69, or more importantly, like I said, my main invalidation is if we lose 2.31 trillion on total. The reason I say it is because that's where total market cap breaks structure. Right, we've already broken that bearish channel. That should take us down to 1.5 trill. Right, we retested the break and created this bear flag. That should take us down to 1.8. But will it be a straight line? Right, if we invert the chart again and we were looking at this breakout, what would we be expecting on this stall? We'd be expecting a retest to bring in type 4 traders. Right, or if we put on our retest of the 50 EMA. Came up, pulled away, retested the 50, underneath it, held it, pulled away, retest the 50, retest the bull flag, and then a continuation of the move. Right, after breaking out. So if we flip the chart, then we've got to keep that same energy. But counter trend rallies are always nerve-wracking. I personally love that shit. Right? I can hold two thoughts in my head. I can hold the thought on the weekly and the monthly that this is going to continue to bleed out, and still hold the thought on the hourly that this trend is probably going to break and there'll be some recovery. But like I told y'all when we broke all of those, I'm in like hardcore scalper mode right now. Right? I'm just accumulating fiat, not letting any opportunity to maximize coins sort of go. Yeah, it's just basic mean reversion, you all, at the end of the day. Whether it's to the pattern or whether it's to the EMA, there's seller exhaustion. And I told you it's out of my hands. Max levels of FUD at macro support is an automatic buy for me. Super tight stops, but in the past, those have basically been my best My best trades. Shit, I'll be mad at me too. Into a serious little order block here. Let's see what it is. Come on, refresh. My bad for the flashbang. So what's up here? Nothing? There'll be something stopping us up here. Really? That's weird. There really is no significant order block creating that resistance right there. There's no supply. Why are we deciding to stop right there? Not a psychological. Right, I would understand if it was 80K. I mean, there's a bit of supply, but as you saw in the book, it's nothing that significant. Could be an iceberg. But you would see it on... You would see it on the book. I mean, it's here. It just keeps getting taken away. Right here. 200 Bitcoin. It just doesn't seem enough. I would have expected that to be like a 400 Bitcoin, 600 Bitcoin wall. Shit looks like a weekend trap. Yeah, but you know, usually it's not a typical place for an iceberg order. You would want to show it. You would want to show it because it would add to the fear. Unless there's, but then it would show up. Unless there's just a massive supply that needs to get dumped. You know what? Let me check. That's not gonna help any. Honestly, there's more of a wall holding it up than keeping it down, to be honest with you. I'm probably just tired, bro. I'm overthinking it. Sometimes you gotta pull yourself back from the rabbit hole, guys. That one could have got bad. Oh, what am I doing? Let me just put Moby on it. Moby, what's good with this resistance? All right, let's see what Moby talking about. Said, yo, family, you caught me right as the scanners are smoking. That 76,200 level, that's the line in the sand for today. Yesterday, we were looking at a flash crash to 73, but the market pulled to call an ambulance, but not for me move, and we're back in a fight. Excuse me. Yesterday's 76,200 was acting as a support floor. Oh, that's true. It was acting as a support floor when we broke down. Paper hands panicked and sold. Now we're bouncing back up. That old floor has become a ceiling. Big boys who missed the exit at 80 are now using 76.2 as a place to unload their bags at a better price. This creates a sell wall that's hard to punch through. Pretty obvious though. My order book scanner is a massive cluster of short liquidations sitting right above. Yeah, we're seeing that there. We can get a 4-hour candle to close above 76.2. It's going to trigger a forced buy for the bears. That's true. That could catapult us straight to 79. So, yeah, I agree. 100-hour SMA currently trading underneath 100 hour. Yeah, Twitter's making a big deal about that 100 hourly too. BTC is trading right underneath the 100 hourly simple moving average. Guess where that line is sitting? Right at 76.2. See, Moby's on his shit. Moby just saved me some time because I was really about to rabbit hole to figure out why that was so significant. Price is hovering around 76.03, whatever, as we speak. Currently knocking on the door. I'm seeing big sell orders at 76.2 on Binance and Coinbase. Oh, I don't have Coinbase aggregated. Watch closely if those orders vanish before we hit them. It means whales are spoofing. All right, we've already seen that today. 76 is the gatekeeper. If we reject, expect a slow bleed back to 74.5. If we break, it's a green light for 80K. Keep your eyes on volume. Moby sounds like me. 7600 on low volume. It's a fake out. I agree. If we smash through a heavy volume, intervention failed, and the bulls are back in the driver's seat. Appreciate you, Moby. Tell the other AI agents that we cool over here, right? Good time to mention that Moby and Cypher Bot are exclusive to Cypher family members. Part of the perks. Just so you know, my prompt for that was literally Moby, what's good with the current BTC resistance level at 76.2? My man put out a whole sit rep. Yeah, definitely. That was a hard show. We'll see. You could be right though. Just remember that we have all the way till October to get down into the 40s. It's like one of the things that people so look, if you look at Bitcoin on the monthly, like a lot of the time, if you look at it time wise, even during a bear market, you spend more time going sideways or up than you do down in days, right? So you get your quick drops, right? Where you drop really quick in a short period of time. And then you get weeks of consolidation. Right? It's like here, 3 weeks of straight drop, right? And then 5 weeks consolidation, maybe 2 more weeks of drop, and then a couple months, and then some drops, and then another month, 2 months. So don't even though we're into that, once we get into the capitulation, that's when you're gonna see it drop like that. Right? Once it starts breaking, once you break this 200 EMA on the weekly, once total gets down underneath 2.31. But until then, this is a good spot to consolidate. We'll be watching total like a hawk though. Well, we're not far, right? All's off the table if we break that. If we break that, the chances of Bitcoin capitulating go up a lot. We go all the way down to 69 and not break that support. So don't think that doesn't mean that we can't still drop. All right, I really do got to get ready for bed here, y'all. UK lost Asia's 50. If we come up to retest this 50 and reject the that yellow line again, then we'll play out this M pattern and invalidate that W finally. I think it's higher than that, Davey boy. I think it's at 76. They just bought. You add in the new buys, they're above 76. We're there now. Michael Saylor's not gonna sell off his Bitcoin because he's underwater, guys. I'll tell you that from now. If you want a real bear market catalyst, it's gonna be the rest of those treasury companies. They're not all Michael Saylors. You got hundreds of Michael Saylor wannabes right now. And as soon as shit goes bad for them and they get called into the board and they start having emergency shareholder meetings because these shareholders are freaking out because they're not true believers like MicroStrategy holders, right? They're just following the trend. That's when you're going to start to see some unwinding. And then Van Eck, Fidelity, and BlackRock, they're going to swoop in and they're going to buy these companies at pennies on the dollar for their assets. Rich get richer. This shit feels like deja vu. right? I'll show you. Maybe I just haven't gotten enough sleep. Very careful here, y'all. What we want to see is a divergence here soon. I might actually stay up for this. Last time we were here, we were rejected and swept what would be the measured move that we're looking at. Then retested, bearishly retested the bottom of the range and capitulated through what would be the rest of the liquidations. Funny how that works out, right? Could be complete bullshit, but my brain just does this shit, bro. That shit was like a flashing neon sign when I backed up. There goes the beginning of our rejection. Market maker, if you're listening, I'm 1000% okay with being wrong on this one. So I don't feel like, I know we're boys and shit, but this isn't one of those times where I need you to make me look good. I'd be quite happy to be wrong in 4K here. Yeah, I was about to say everybody's shorting.
Funding rate is positive.
That's some good news.
There's 5 hours left on that countdown.
Yeah, definitely tough, Yoel. But we've had worse. We go to the hourly and we look at where CME is and we flip it. I can think of plenty of times that we left CME behind and pumped just to come back and grab it. All right, come on. If you're going to go, you got to go now. Shit, or get off the pot. No, gaps have very real imbalances that are left on the order book inside of them from CME being closed. Yes, everybody deciding to trade towards them is a force multiplier for sure. But it's not all a self-fulfilling prophecy. There's real technical reasons for having to close those gaps. Yeah, it's a little mix of everything for most things. Right, unless you're talking about like moon phases or something, and that's mostly all self-fulfilling prophecy in my opinion. But even patterns, right? They work because we work them. Fib levels, shit like that. But when it comes to CME gaps, the hit percentage on that is undeniable. One of my favorite trades. Yeah, they might shake. I mean, they've already shaken most people out of that CME trade. You got to admit by now. The degens like me are the only ones still really talking about it. But another sweep down here, I think everybody in that CME trade will be gone. And then they'll run it. Which one, Flow? Oh no, that's not an indicator. That's just an overlay from yesterday's price action. I was looking at it and it was just spooky, spooky similar to what we did last night. And we're right at the part where we were last night where things went left. Right, retesting that 50. The first drop brings us down to our measured move. And if it plays out the way it did, it absorbs all the liquidity down to that May top. We all know this is a simulation. Maybe the devs got lazy and just copy and pasted the next move. Like I said, I want to be wrong here though, so market maker, do your thing. Prove it's not a simulation, sir. These are just the targets if the fractal plays out, yo. We don't have a measured move for that yet, to be clear. I'm calling it a fractal target. First step, taking that off of the probability list is invalidating this M pattern. Our invalidation for the M pattern is at 7676. Where the hell is, oh there it is. But getting above this supply is going to be the more important. To be clear, structure-wise, the dominant pattern is still up. Right? We have not invalidated this W. Not only haven't we invalidated this W, but even a drop to 745 doesn't invalidate. Even a drop to 737 doesn't invalidate. You have to take out the lows. You've got to take out the double bottom, which means that you've got to go lower than that M pattern to rip. That being said, be aware that that fractal is very similar. And if we go lower than the measured move on the M, the chances of sweep and all that liquidity to fractal target 2 is pretty big. I'm going to leave everything on the chart here. I'm going to try to stay up because I want to see it play out, but I can't make any promises. That move, by the way, stops me out. My stop loss is at 737. You're wondering why I don't move my stop loss up? It's because of what we talked about. A move down that hits 0.5 or golden pocket still gives us a W, right? At macro support. It's not until losing the 786 that that W becomes very low probability, meaning the double bottom will probably roll over. And my stop loss currently is right underneath the 786. So last thing I want to do is move it up just to lock in a tiny little bit of gains and then have it stopped out and then wake up in the morning up here somewhere. That's just how I'm playing it. Financial advice. Shit, it wasn't calm when I took it. I'll tell you that much. It's clean now in retrospect, but there was a fair amount of bubble guts involved with that fallen knife. Dominance is building structure too, which I don't really love to see in this sort of situation. All right. Soul is not good. This is not good. Soul is looking really bad. We can't come down underneath 90. Come down underneath 90, Soul is going to take a quick trip. And unfortunately, this might be a quick trip down unless this is just a liquidity sweep here. So it doesn't look good at all. I'll show you on the daily why it's a big deal. There is nothing underneath here for soul. Like nothing. Now, I expect these to be bottom of the bear market prices, just to be clear. Yeah, XRP is the same, right? Anything that had that hard push and held ground, when you put their VPVR on, it looks disgusting. Where is my VPVR? Yeah, this isn't good here, guys. Careful. Yeah, 20, so like 20 and 25 for soul. By this date. That is what you're currently trying to avoid, right? In the long run, this is what we're going to get. In my opinion, not financial advice. I'm just a guy in a chair that hasn't got any sleep. But that vector gap is what I'm shooting for the bottom of soul. For now, though, we can hold two things in our head, right? We can hold the idea that a macro break here, right, start to move down into large vectors, clear all of this shit, you know, whatever. And also hold in our head that we still have to break support. But this looks bad. If anybody was shorting this with the scalp strategy, you've got a pretty decent short going here. Excuse me. On longer time frames. If it wasn't this late, nah, let me not. I'll talk myself into doing it if I say it out loud. Alright, well, just be aware we're rejecting right where we rejected on that fractal. If the fractal's gonna play out, we'd come down to that measured move, we'd come back up and retest, and then we would flush. The vector candle does lead to coming back up to retest. We know market makers setting longs in these areas, so that does fit. If we do get that vector down, you would imagine that it would recover back up to support before continuing. I need something to drink. Give me a second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna need some caffeine for this. We're not getting a lot of relief bounces because there's no euphoria. Your big sort of extended relief rallies come from leftover euphoria, right? Price has a blow off top, then it crashes, and you got a bunch of people that are still euphoric, thinking there's still a possibility, right? So they buy into the idea of a continuation. Why we're getting like bare minimum relief rallies. Shit, not just retail, bro. People that have been here for a long time lost everything on 1010. Yeah, I mean it just kind of makes sense. Right? You're not dealing with the same sort of emotions. Doesn't look very healthy here. I actually have to move this up a little bit. Sketchy, 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 sketchy. My toxic trait is that I really want to take that so long right now. But I'm cut off from trading. Too late. Well, from opening a fresh trade. If Bitcoin doesn't do the bad thing here, then yeah. If Bitcoin follows this fractal, Sol is going to continue to go lower. But, not going to lie. I would have definitely opened my position there if this was a little earlier. You got to have rules, man. I have to cut myself off after a certain time for opening new positions, or I end up doing stupid shit. Like buying this dip on Sol before Bitcoin's found a floor. Look at how much worse, like, this is why I keep them all side to side, because like we always talk about they're all doing the same, they're all basically doing the same dance. But look at how much worse Sol's doing. Right? Everything else hasn't even come down and cleared their vectors yet. This shit cleared its vector and then some. What's going on, boss? CM, you see this fractal from yesterday that I drew? And that's what we're trying to avoid right now. Or that's what you're rooting for if you're a bear. I appreciate you too, Viking. What's going on, y'all? Top of the morning. There goes that retest of support. Didn't come down as full as the last fractal, but that retest was in the fractal here. You're welcome, brother. Anytime. It's always good to get a little confluence. And it's 6:30 in the morning already. I'm tripping.
Dbloc, can you delete that ugly M, please?
Yeah, if we can get price up to 7676, I got you, bro. Get rid of that thing. Trying to flip bullish momentum on the 1 minute or so. Top of the morning, devilfish.
Oh, damn, you're still here?
Um, Like 50-50?
Like Bitcoin.
Running on half speed, but I just saw a nasty fractal right before I went to sleep, and I need to see it invalidate. I don't want to wake up to something nasty.
Like straight to 60K.
This one right here, it's just a fractal from what happened last night. I started getting flashbacks of this. This price action. So I'll just cut it and I'll overlay it. This was about an hour ago and it hasn't stopped following it, so I'm stuck. I mean, honestly, it's more for the love of the game because I'm not going to move my stop loss. My stop loss is at 737. But if it rips, I want to make some buys before I go to bed. The Dbloc AI agent, he left me in charge of the chat while he went to sleep. Ask me anything.
Is the legacy market going to be green or red open?
Anything but that. I don't know. I mean, yesterday we were looking for a bad open, and we didn't really get it, right? So I don't know. We'll see. Or Monday, I should say. I ate a cold slice of pizza, Jacket. Does that count? Yeah, no, I know. I know. It's the things we sacrifice when we lock in. When I get up tomorrow, I'm gonna revenge trade the hell out of Soul for not taking this trade now. Stupid rules.
Is it revenge trading a rule?
Yeah. Don't try to use reason with me right now, okay? Yes, it is.
Damn, it broke below 100 soul. Oh,
Yeah, man. If it wasn't this late, I would have swung at that. But man's gotta have a code. This is a big test and conviction for CME traders. You guys are gonna miss these things when they're gone. I know everybody has a love-hate with CME right now, but when CME's 24/7, we're gonna miss this shit. I appreciate that, Jennifer. Yeah, a lot of people watch on TV. It's cool, and there's tons of people that don't talk. So we've got people that have been with us for 6 years that never speak. Y'all are the backbone, though. Y'all keep the channel going. If you're gonna do it, you got to do it now, market maker. Not just rip it and give me some entries. 32 seconds. This will stop as a stopping volume candle. Nah, I haven't even gone to sleep yet. I'm gonna do it tomorrow. Aeon gave me a link to where I can do it online. I'm gonna do that tomorrow when I get up. Not a great close. There's that rejection. There's a slight continuation. Yeah, yeah. On the liquidation thing, yeah. Oh, I'm falling asleep. Speed it up. Fractal target 1 takes you to 75, 1.5. Fractal target 2 takes you to 72.
Block is that goat.
F, what's going on, brother? W super chat.
If Bitcoin goes to 72, what would Sol go to? Because I don't see anything
Yeah,
under it.
I know.
It's
I know.
like 80.
That's why I'm watching it so closely, because it literally is at macro support right now. Quite literally. That's my bear market target for Sol.
Ooh, $30.
Yeah, closer to 20s. Whole range right there. Gobble that shit up. On the weekly, there's plenty of gas. Vectors start way up at 50. Literally nothing on the VPVR until like 32. But timing is everything. And this is why it's so crucial where we are right now. Those two wicks are slightly off, just to give it a little bit of breath. But for me, like I was saying earlier, if you guys weren't here, it all comes down to total. Doesn't matter to me where Bitcoin goes until total passes 2.31 trillion. In my opinion, we don't go into our full capitulation. Once we close underneath there, things accelerate. So you've got Bitcoin at macro support, alts at macro support, and a little bit of wiggle room left on total before it gets down to its macro support. So if there's any corrective move here for total before it continues its move down, then Bitcoin and alts hold their macros and have a bit of a... If they sweep total, then Bitcoin's going to go with it. Once we make this move and Bitcoin does capitulate, I just want to reiterate, like, your alts can go to numbers that you don't think is possible right now. I know everybody's like chomping at the bit to short Bitcoin at like 88 or 90 or whatever. But shorting alts is probably a better bang for your buck. Just because they're going to drop by way more, way quicker. So, XRP, anything that had that big expansive move in the middle of the year before last, right, that never recovered those imbalances, that sort of held their ground and performed really well. When they lose those supports, it's going to be quick. Some will, some won't. Most won't, Candy. Kind of rare for if you look at them all together, right? It's not rare for the ones that we know of, the ones that we're always looking at. But if you put all coins all together, it's very rare for them to hit all-time highs 2 bull markets in a row. Right? They tend to have a bunch of lackluster bull markets, and then they have a really good bull market, and then from there on in, it's lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. Like think Doge. Right? Doge was around for a while. Spent a couple of years getting new all-time highs, new all-time highs. Then it had its breakout explosive year. And then this year it's put in a lower high. Right? And depending on where it goes down to next bull market, it might also put in a lower high. I know, don't shoot the messenger. I love Doge too, but it's kind of the way these things work. Cream rises to the top. And then, yeah. Yeah, well, you're probably under a lot less stress than most people right now because of that, Checker. It's a decent time to be on the sidelines. Let's go, market maker. Prove me wrong here, baby. Validate this M pattern and let's go on our regularly scheduled program. If you ask me, the biggest mistake they made with Doge is trying to make it anything but a meme. We got full of ourselves. We started trying to give Doge a use case. We took it out of the meme category. We put it in the payments category, which means now it's not the first meme that's the head of the pack, right? Now it's a subpar payment platform compared to like XRP or other. And then it lost the meme vibe it had right before the largest meme super cycle we've ever seen. This is really bad timing, yo. Like if Doge would have leaned into the meme identity, kept Doge Army strong, kept the Doge meme strong, that shit would have went crazy this year when all the memes went crazy. Robo, I've been asleep for like 45 minutes. Yeah, I mean, it's meant to be spent, right? The problem is they won't give us a good place to spend it. Inflationary isn't bad because you don't hesitate to spend it, right? You'll use it for tips, you'll use it to buy things, you'll use it to, but they have to give us a way to do that if that's the plan. If not, then just start pumping out the Doge memes again. Like, what are we doing? Like, legit, when's the last time you've seen a Doge meme? An unironic Doge meme? Those just trying to be too fancy. Yeah, I'm running off of algos right now, Robo. Preset programming. Somebody just sold 238 Bitcoin. Good morning, Al. That was the plan, bro. That was the plan. Yeah, I was about to go to bed and then my brain started braining and I noticed the fractal from last night. And we were right at the point where it was make or break for this. And we're literally still there. See how the fractal gives us a bounce off the 50? Bounce off the 50. And it comes back down and retests. Right here, it didn't give us, I thought it would give us that full measured move. That's the fractal target 1 if we reject. And the rest clears liquidity, just conveniently enough. So we're kind of at an inflection point here. Yeah, I'm kind of hoping for that too, Kelly. Legacy could give us a bit of a breather here. We don't need much. Getting above the 50, getting into these liquidations should invalidate that M pattern and sweep us. But it's just following yesterday's fractal way too closely. We were thinking exactly the same thing right here. Right? Got the 382 hit on the drop, same as we did here. Thinking that it could put in the right side of a W, just ended up putting in lower highs. and then it did the bad thing through liquidations. Now there's not as many liquidations here as there was yesterday, but there's enough. And this shit is getting very rounded topish. Right? Type 2 entries on Sol for everybody that's awake enough to take it. And crazy enough. Yeah, no. That's part of what I said about like I have ADHD and OCD, and my OCD is pattern based. So I don't know if it's a weakness or a strength, but they sort of pop out. A lot of it has to do with the feeling, though. Right? Like, the reason that I even checked it was because this felt a lot like this. Not as much looked. I mean, once we pulled it out and saw it, whatever, right? Pause. But it felt the same way.
Yeah, it's so short.
That thing goes wrong is gonna go wrong in a hurry. I mean, 926, 9287 is really like a line in the sand, but I expected it to drop quick from 93 to 92. It does make that move. Gold needs to hold here, right? It's either a good asymmetric long or the beginning of a short that's going to print for quite a while.
I can see like Bitcoin going down to 70K and bouncing, but Sol has already gone down to the bottom, so it's just going to drop.
Yeah, and when Bitcoin recovers, the chance of Sol rejecting off of that old support is pretty high, or at least having difficulty getting back above. The 382 retracement is fine. What we didn't have were strong stopping volume candles on that type 2 entry.
No volume.
Yeah, and the little stopping volume candle that we did have just got invalidated. Even though it continued, it just wasn't strong.
Normally, if Bitcoin bounces and alts don't, that's a show of weakness that we're going to continue. And
Yeah,
that's what I was looking at with Sol.
Usually a sign that dominance is ripping too. Just to be clear, the reason I'm not moving my stop up, right, my stop is at 737. The reason I'm not moving my stop up is because a drop to 0.5 still gives us that measured move in the CME. A drop into golden pocket still gives us that move in the CME. Not until we break the 786 that we really open up the double bottom and continuation. So I'm leaving my stop right where it is. I also have a rule not to move my stops when I'm half asleep, just as a general life rule. But there's a method to my madness, at least on this one. Finally getting a little bit of aggression across the tape. I'll be right back, hold on. This is that channel that we've been in the whole time. Had deviations out of the top, deviations out of the bottom. This is the first time that we've broken out and held temporarily. I stress temporarily. And technically, we could ban this channel, bring all the price action in. Play it a little bit more defensively since it is a bear market. Gotta respect the bears. Fast forward. Nobody got time to be sitting around. Buy the book. Let's go. What's the break? Bulls buying the wick. Decent sell pressure. Rejecting off the 50. Big sell pressure on the book. Tons of imbalances. Bulls need to get over these bearish imbalances and absorb this 300 Bitcoin, or it's going to continue down. A couple of decent sell walls above us now. Major buy wall at 74, almost 1,000 Bitcoin. $74 is that macro structure break. So you're going to have some bulls defending their longs of that macro structure if we do sweep this liquidity. Unless they spoof it. But it looks like a pretty solid wall. That yellow line is the top of the flag. If I was on 4K, there'd be like a 30-second delay. That doesn't mix good with live price action. I got you. See what you're saying.
Wow, you're still on here.
Nah, I'm asleep right now. I'm passed out.
I just woke up.
Yeah, it's like 3-second delay on 1080p.
You must think something's gonna happen here.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if we can get over this or if we're gonna sweep.
I tried to come down.
This feels too much like yesterday or a day
Yeah,
before.
it does. It looks like it.
This is it right here. I overlaid it.
Would they really make it that easy?
Nothing easy about this shit.
To do the exact same pattern as yesterday? I remember the exact instance. I was on here, I was talking to you. We were looking at it, and it was like, it looks like I am. You drew that little squiggly line,
Yeah.
woke up, and it did it. Except it came down even more. And I think that was what, 70, what was it? 74 or 2? I don't remember.
Oh, you mean 4K, like switching it like that? What do you have to do? Oh, you need referrals for that? I see what you're saying now. Yeah, I'll figure that shit out tomorrow once I have some functional brain cells. About 1,000 Bitcoin to eat above here. Yeah, that part. Up against that first 200 Bitcoin buy wall here. It just ate 100 of it. It's gone. Next. Ooh, they're not done fighting. They refilled 150, 170, 140. Gone. Next. See how they're fighting for every single step? Every time they break a level, a brand new level comes into the order book. You didn't sleep long enough, Robo. You just barely went to sleep. Unless I'm tripping. You got like what, 3-4 hours? Nah, I'm gonna go to bed. And y'all know me, once I go to sleep, I'm asleep. Yeah, that's true.
Why don't you try naps?
Nah, I don't nap well. I like my sleep, bro. Once I hit that pillow, it's full recharge time.
I'm telling you, the naps work good because, like, if you don't sleep as long, you take shorter periods, you don't feel groggy when you get up.
Still trying to absorb this buy wall here, this sell wall. I know I'm tired. I start saying shit backwards. Getting lighter, but they keep refilling it. Keep refilling it to about 180.
Sorry, man, we're gonna get you some sativa. Did I get that right? Sativa, wake up, indica, go to sleep.
Yeah. Yeah, for the most part. Down to 140. Backing up a little bit. This is our move out of that. Got through about a quarter of that. Low pressure above us. Yeah, I can't do it either. If I nap, it's because somebody woke me up. And that's not good. That's not going to be good.
That's all right. We'll give you another 20 years. You'll be joining the nap club.
Oh, I will take. Don't get me wrong. Like, I go eat dinner, sit in front of the TV for 15 minutes without anything to do, right to sleep. Okay.
And you wake up and you feel great.
Nah, wake up. I feel like I need to go take my ass to sleep for another 6 hours.
What?
And you're not.
It's all.
It's not like you're taking like voluntary naps either.
No, I'm definitely not.
Yeah, like I don't know if any like to be like, I'm gonna go take a nap for 20 minutes and just shut shit off and go lay down. Like I can't do that. If I happen to fall asleep in the chair or something, cool, I'll ride with it. But
I'm doing hours though.
it's a big cognitive load, man. My brain needs a recharge every night. Like some of the shit I can run on autopilot, but I definitely feel the difference when I'm rested or I'm not. Like right now, I'm not physically tired. Like you know how you're like tired, you're like, oh my god, I'm gonna fall asleep any minute. I'm not physically tired. My brain is exhausted though. I'm spent.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Just from growing up in New York, you know how many nights we broke night? Like that was a ritual every single weekend for I can't tell you how many years in a row.
Yeah. Then you can stay. You stay. If you don't go to sleep, you'll eventually get past it, and then you'll just stay up.
The sun comes up, you start getting like 10:30, 11. It's like you get that fresh, that second wind. It's really bad for you though. You need to sleep. Sleep is good. Sleep is when you clean your cells, that autophagy, go in there and clean up all that senescent cells and zombie cells and shit. Get your brain right. I think that lock-in culture, and I say this as somebody who's still awake, so just take it with a grain of salt. But that lock-in culture that has us like grinding and sort of celebrating the fact that I can, all I need is 3 hours sleep, or all I need is 4 hours. Like that shit's gonna lead to burnout eventually. It's another good reason to do what you love. If you can afford to do what you love in life, like it's really hard to burn out doing something you love to do. Not impossible. It's still possible, but a lot harder.
Well, I'm getting more than 3 hours sleep.
No, I'm talking about like, there's a big culture right now, a big lock-in culture. I'm grinding, and you know what I mean? And like, you see people on Instagram and shit, they're like, oh, all I need is 4 hours sleep. And then they've got this whole like 2 hour routine in the morning and all this shit. And it's like, okay, talk to me in 10 years. See how that works out for you.
You know what I mean? Like 3, 4 hours sleep, 2
Mhm.
hours sleep, wake up,
But multiple
3, 4
times a
hours,
day.
back to
Yeah,
sleep.
yeah.
Another mix a little 2 hours in after that later on.
Somebody just DM me to go to sleep. I mean, I know, guys. I will soon. Trust me. I'm on it.
Hey, some people are starting their days at 3, 4 a.m.
Yep. I've always been a third shift. Like I've always worked third shifts. I remember leaving work and running into those people that get up at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning jogging and shit or whatever, and you're like, how do you live life like this?
So what I found out is when you're sleeping like periodically, you're a part of all the shifts.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the truth, Al.
Can I get a white squiggly line before you go to sleep?
You got it right there.
Oh, okay. It's faded under there. It doesn't look like the one from yesterday.
It's just a fractal from yesterday's move. It's not guaranteed, but if we keep showing this weakness, it's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, of course. I'm willing to bet on it personally. And what about the 10 a.m. deal? Give it up on that.
Yeah, they've been behaving so far. I haven't really seen any rhyme to it lately. Ever since they finished that accumulation at the bottom before we went up for our dead cat, we haven't really seen them go too crazy. At least not crypto specific. Right? If we drop, it's because S&P and Nasdaq is dropping too.
If I remember correctly, they did it at 11 a.m. the other day. That's another thing that the S&P Nasdaq, they're kind of toppy, and there's a lot of talk about that they need to pull back like 10%, and it's looking like that's the way it's gonna go. So if that's going on, and all of a sudden Bitcoin wants to follow it, but it didn't want to follow it up, well, what's that?
Yeah, just barely goes. Just barely.
And then you got people saying that it's the process is going to be it was metals pull back, Bitcoin pull back, and now the thing that's left is the stock market, and so that's going to have the pullback. So if that's the case and that happens, then what? Then crypto has another pullback, or what? Or no?
No, that's how we end up going down at the bottom of the bear.
Yeah.
In my opinion, this is the straw that breaks the this is the straw that breaks the tech sector's back. We lose that 200 on the weekly for Oracle. I think things go.
Mm. And Bitcoin is still considered tech.
Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin is going to be the most reactive to liquidity, so don't expect a counter trend rally on Bitcoin if everything else is going down. Any rally from Bitcoin counts on legacy and metals to continue. Not because it's going to drag it up, but because it can't afford the opposite. So the best chance is if things are going up, even if there's no direct correlation. You know what I mean?
Looks like the everything bubbles in full effect.
Slowly but surely, grinding closer and closer to the middle of the year. Crazy how that worked out, right? Like my thesis of them trying to push everything to a simultaneous top or as close to it as possible, or sort of looks like what they're doing. What I would do.
You don't hear nothing about real estate right now. It's real quiet.
Because it's doing good. You're in that part where prices are still going up, but that's the problem, right? Like I was gonna say, bubbles don't pop without overinflating, but I mean, look at what we did on crypto. So yes, things can pop without euphoria, but mostly they pop because prices are getting out of control and unsustainable.
Oh, I found something really interesting I want to tell you about. Well, let me go get it. Okay, it's in the bubble chat. Ignore the other stuff on the screen. Right, it's on the top part of the screenshot. It's called Horizon. You might want to check that out because it's I seen it the other day, and if you have real estate, you might be interested in this. I don't have a link because I just saw it and screenshotted it when it popped up
Yeah, it's cool. I'll save it.
during a commercial. But this thing, just real quick, is like a home equity agreement, except it's with Bitcoin. So they take the money off your home's future value and give you Bitcoin. Can you believe that?
Yeah, it's like a reverse mortgage or something.
There's no payments.
And I saved it. I'll look at it on my burner phone because I don't.
Imagine hitting them up at the bottom with that.
Hey, QR
And the
codes.
thing is, can I get to that point where I get to the bottom of the bear? I hit them up, and real estate is still at the top.
I don't
Could
know.
that
We'll
happen?
see how it plays out. I would imagine it's already started to take a drop by then, but we'll see how the timing works. 18.6-year cycle doesn't turn on a dime like Bitcoin does. The process. So it's possible.
Then I would just have to hold the Bitcoin. They would take the equity, give me the Bitcoin. I would just have to hold on to it for the cycle. And then, I mean, even if it does a 3x. But if you get a chance, look into them and see if you think they're legit.
Yeah, I'm gonna find the link so I don't have to use the QR code.
You want me to delete that?
No, I did already. I saved it. All right, what we can't start doing right now, y'all, is talking about food. Because if I eat something, I'm up for the day.
Oh, man. Got these juicy waffles on the way. Fresh maple syrup, light butter. Ice cold glass of milk.
What am I, 5 years old? Need some coffee.
I don't drink coffee.
All right, let's set this shit up for overnight. Minute. Stretch it out to our world of possibilities here. All right, 72 is that fractal target 2. 75 2 is that fractal target 1. If we get above the 50 EMA and hold, fractal is canceled. Any drop that doesn't take out the lows is still a W pattern here. Whether you come down to 0.5, whether you come down to golden pocket, 786, right underneath 786 is my stop loss.
Got it. What was the fractals target? Is that the end of it at 72? Or is the screen just end?
Yeah, that's the end of it. That'd be a full sweep of licks. So I would love to go to sleep with a clearer sort of outline for y'all, but unfortunately, this is one of those if this then that scenarios. So if we don't take the 50, we open up the possibility for 72. Be aware that if we get higher lows, W pattern is still valid. Right, I'm actually going to remove this invalidation because it doesn't invalidate. I'm going to remove the W pattern so it doesn't confuse anybody. Just be aware that this measured move is still valid unless we sweep the lows. Right? Measured move is still there. We'll keep it there. Why did I remove? Hold on. Let me put the. I don't even remember getting rid of that. Good. All right. So the fibs are what we're watching here. If it does hold at the 50, if it does hold at golden pocket, you're gonna want to keep your eye on volume. So I guess we should put that on too.
Did it already seem like they're accumulating at 70 if it does come down there, just to come back up again and repeat?
Macro support.
I feel like that could be their play. Accumulate down there, keep on getting more, than make the big move later.
All right. There we go. All right, family. I'm gonna go get some shut eye. If I get back on, scream at me.
Kind of looks like we're about to make a move in a minute.
I'm gonna mute you.
I'm gonna be muted.
Just talking shit. You keep saying shit that makes me want to stay awake. I'm gonna mute you. Hold on. Grab that. Make sure that that's set. You're welcome, Venus. I appreciate it.
Zusi came on here the other night.
This morning, yeah, I heard.
This morning.
All right, good people. I'm out.
All right, peace. Okay. Now give me a little bounce I could add. morning.
There is quite a bit of sell pressure here, and I would expect that we would dip below this gap from 74.5 down into the 72.9 area, and we can probably even just pass that 72.9. Um, yeah,
Yeah, I'm looking to get an order in at 72.
we do have to be cautious. Yeah, I was just gonna say, we do need to be cautious because if selling begets selling and the motivation becomes even stronger, then we can close underneath. Yes. Yeah. Alrighty. But yeah, right now I don't see a lot of indication that we're gonna, our chance for going back up over 75.6 was lost right there. I mean, yeah. Yep, that's right. We have to see if there's some absorption, and so far, I'm not convinced that there is. Let's see. I wouldn't think that there would be any motivation to stop and go upward at this point.
Ah, man, I wish my short was bigger. I was trying to build it last night, but it started coming down too quick.
That's the trouble with this middle area. It's just too, it's very difficult to read because, you don't know what most people are going to do. I have to fix this
What do you
screen.
Dbloc put out a fractal from yesterday because
Yeah, it
we
was the
were
same, it's the same pattern, right?
exactly. I mean, look, you can see it faded in the back.
Mhm.
So
And the reason is because we reclaim this structural above 70, that 76,508, and then now you see the 200 EMAs have come down underneath the 800, so that's loss of structure there. And then
I think they're accumulated down here, the 72 and lower range, and I think then when they get done, then they'll make the big bounce. But even at that bounce, I don't see it going much past 80, if that.
yeah, especially now that we're under these 800s, even further.
I'm just gonna trade it up and down until then, until we get to the real bottom, which could be a long time from now.
It sure could be. It could take months, you know.
Yeah, October, I guess.
Yeah, it really could. I mean, we'll see what happens today. Today, you know, you have to kind of give it some, because the time frames that we're on these polls, like I was talking about early this morning, you know, there's room to go up and down today. So we get a big swing. So if you look on the 1 minute, it is starting to curl just slightly, and then there is a stack of shorts above. So we'll see.
Oh yeah, I would have trade long here eventually. I'd love to get 72 on the dot at home.
The problem with I see with 72 is that it just isn't low enough. I mean, it would mean
Yeah.
that this,
Mm.
yeah, you know what I mean?
What's
72 is
dot?
still the chop.
You're right. Could go lower. I'm just gonna take a swing at that point.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. Whenever you can make, you know, money and just know when to get out, perfect. The volatility is nice to trade in.
Yeah, to me, if I do get 72 and I put a stop loss, it won't have to be too much far under it to know I'm wrong. That's my main thing, just knowing what my stop loss is, and having trades that are easy to know that I'm gonna get up out of.
Right. And those are the best for leverage when you know where your invalidation is. That's
Yeah.
they're the
Where I'm
they're the
at.
best. You're either right or you know, very
Yep.
wrong. But at least you know. That's the use of a leverage, in my opinion.
I'm perfectly happy with missing the trade, just being safe to not lose money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what the Nasdaq is doing. They probably have it open. I'm gonna go to it.
So that was a pretty large volume candle on the 3 minute at that start, but you notice that it's dropped off quite a bit, the volume has. So we'll see if we can get some follow through back over its 50 EMA towards the daily open again. So the number you want to make sure that we trade above now and don't lose again would be 75,120.
I'm short at 76,135.
That was a pretty decent entry, Emad. I had my short from 76 2-ish. So yeah, that was a good one from this morning. It was, it was debatable because I just knew it would be a quick short because we're still in this zone where it could be up or down. But that was a nice little trade.
Yeah, I'm
Now
gonna
we'll see.
hold it. I'm not gonna close it out yet. Might even add to it. I want to get down there.
So the main thing is to reclaim above 76,565 now. And at the very least, we need 76,508.
So that was a tight one. Come on, baby. Pump it.
the Bitcoin price. 72,390. I'm about to tip my target at 72. Goodbye. My target's at 72. 72,050. See if I can get it. Then I'm going to pivot long. Yeah, we just got to finish coming down.